research anymore. I don't know anyone. Are y'all here for
Good morning. Welcome everybody to the Public Safety Commission. I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. It's good to have you here. We'll get started with call to order. Roll call. Commissioner Blair. Commissioner Stodchill.
Present.
Commissioner Wainwright.
Present.
And I am Chairman Mock. A quorum of the Public Safety Commission is present and the public meeting of the Commission is called to order and will now proceed. The time is 10 in the morning. The location of this meeting is the Criminal Law Enforcement Auditorium at 6100 Guadalupe, as posted in the agenda. We will now consider the agenda items that have been posted for this meeting, beginning with the invocation by Chaplain Furman Carpenter. Please rise.
Let's pray. Almighty and our holy and loving Father, full of grace and mercy and kindness, we thank you, Father, for this wonderful time when we can meet again at the Public Safety Commission. Father, we thank you, Father, for loving us so much that even in our faults and our problems, you still love us and care for us. Father, we thank you for our commissioners. We ask you to continue to be with them. Thank you for letting them get here safely. Thank you for the way they love the truth. They love our country. They love our great state, Father, and for the way they lead. Thank you, Father, for the Department of Public Safety, our director and the command staff and every man and woman in the Department of Public Safety. Father, we ask you to be over them and watch over and care for them, Father. We thank you for this great time of year, Father, where we celebrate and we were families and we enjoy times together. But, Father, we also recognize that there's people that are suffering and hurting, Father, because of evil, because of stress, because of sickness, Father. And we ask you to be with them and put your loving arms around them, Father, and help us to be aware of those who are hurting and also help them if we can. Thank you, Father, for this meeting today, and may it be held in a way that that we'll make wise decisions, Father, to help our great state. And it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Please remain standing for the pledges by Trooper Daviance Ernest.
Uniform personnel, attention. Present arms. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Order, arms.
Thank you all for being here. Please be seated. Our next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes of the Public Safety Commission held on October 27th of 2022. I'd entertain a motion.
I so move. And I second the motion.
We have a motion from Commissioner Stodgill and a second from Commissioner Wainwright to approve the Public Safety Commission meeting minutes held from October 27th, 2022. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The minutes are approved. Director, I'll turn it over to you for presentations.
The following employees will be presented a certificate in recognition of their 30 years of service and accomplishment with the Texas Department of Public Safety. Melinda De La Garza. Amy Krazan. The following employee will be presented a certificate in recognition of his 35 years of service and accomplishment with the Texas Department of Public Safety. Dwight Mathis. The following employees will be presented certificates in recognition of their 40 years of service and accomplishment with the Texas Department of Public Safety. Sherry Gibson. Antonio Rico Jr. On November 1st, 2021, Trooper Nathan Crow was patrolling Starr County while working Operation Lone Star. While stopped at an intersection, he observed an SUV disregard a red light. Crow activated his emergency lights and siren and initiated a traffic stop of the vehicle, which entered the center turn lane and came to an abrupt stop. The driver, holding a baby, quickly exited the vehicle and ran toward Trooper Crow. The driver frantically told him that the 9-month-old baby could not breathe. After contacting Weslaco Communications and requesting paramedics, Trooper Crow began life-saving measures by placing the baby face down over his arm and striking the upper back of the baby in an attempt to clear the child's airway. Trooper Jose Gonzalez arrived on the scene and immediately assisted Trooper Crow by administering additional strikes and clearing the baby's mouth and nose. The baby began to breathe, and Trooper Gonzalez, who is also an EMT, retrieved his medical equipment and began monitoring the baby's respirations. EMS personnel arrived on the scene, and after a short while, the baby recovered and was wide awake and cheerful. In recognition of his decisive and professional response to a life-threatening situation resulting in the saving of a life, Trooper Jose H. Gonzalez is hereby awarded the Life-Saving Award. On July 21st, 2022, CID Special Agents William Alston and Nisha Thompson were surveilling the Rio Grande River when they observed a group of 10 undocumented aliens attempting to cross. The group was comprised of adults, an infant, a 2-year-old, and a 4-year-old being carried by their respective mothers. When the group reached the midpoint of the river, Agent Alston noticed they were having trouble navigating the current and eventually lost their footing. As the group was swept downriver, Agents Alston and Thompson attempted to throw rescue ropes but were unsuccessful. The mothers were attempting to keep their children above water. However, the mother of the 2-year-old dropped her child, who then went underwater. Special Agent Alston grabbed a flotation device, jumped into the river, swam approximately 35 yards toward the group, and recovered the 2-year-old. While recovering this child, Agent Alston noticed that the 4-year-old was also drowning. He was able to save this child as well. Once the children were secured, Alston gave the flotation device to the adults in the group who were also struggling in the current. Once out of the water, Agent Alston had both children medically evaluated, where it was determined they were breathing normally and uninjured. In recognition of his decisive and professional response to a life-threatening situation resulting in the saving of lives, Special Agent William Alston is hereby awarded the Life Saving Award. On February 22nd, 2021, Trooper James Glaze was traveling on IH-20 when he stopped to assist what he believed to be a stranded motorist on the inside shoulder of the roadway. Trooper Glaze made contact with the driver, who was clearly in distress and unable to communicate. Trooper Glaze detected an unusual odor, which he recognized to be a sign of someone experiencing diabetic ketoacidosis, a possible life-threatening medical crisis. After calling for an ambulance, Glaze retrieved his medic bag and administered oral glucose to the subject, who slowly showed signs of improvement. However, the crisis was not fully averted. As fire department personnel arrived on the scene and assumed medical care, paramedics determined he was experiencing a diabetic stroke and immediately transported the subject to a local hospital for further medical treatment. In recognition of his decisive and professional response to a life-threatening situation resulting in the saving of a life, Trooper James Glaze is hereby awarded the Life Saving Award. On February 20th, 2022, Trooper Sean Hazel observed a motorcyclist driving in an unsafe and reckless manner. When Trooper Hazel initiated a traffic stop for the observed violations, a pursuit ensued that continued for several miles. The motorcycle entered a construction area, drove into the center median, and crashed after striking construction supplies. Trooper Hazel immediately ran to the driver and observed that he was not breathing and was unresponsive. Without hesitation, Hazel began performing chest compressions while attempting to communicate with the subject. After approximately 3 minutes, the driver began to breathe on his own. However, he stopped breathing again. Trooper Hazel continued CPR efforts, and the subject was resuscitated to the extent that he began trying to communicate with the trooper. When EMS personnel arrived on the scene, the subject was transported to a local hospital where he was treated for numerous broken bones and lacerations. In recognition of his decisive and professional response to a life-threatening situation resulting in the saving of a life, Trooper Sean Hazel is hereby awarded the Life Saving Award. On November 6, 2021, Trooper Michael Lewick responded to a report of shots being fired at Wolf Ranch in Georgetown. It was reported that a subject on a motorcycle was shooting at someone, and there was an ongoing altercation involving 3 individuals. Information was broadcast that one of the subjects had been shot in the chest. As Lewick arrived on the scene, Georgetown PD officers had secured the weapon and were handcuffing the suspect. Trooper Lewick responded with his medical trauma kit and began rendering first aid to the gunshot victim. After identifying the chest wound, Lewick applied a hyphen chest seal to the entry wound. He then moved the victim onto his side and applied a second chest seal to the exit wound located on the victim's back. During his assessment, Lewick spoke with the victim and determined he was in shock and his condition was deteriorating. EMS personnel arrived on the scene and transported the victim to a local hospital for additional treatment. In recognition of his decisive and professional response to a life-threatening situation resulting in the saving of a life, Trooper Michael Lewick is hereby awarded the Life Saving Award. Mike, you can stay there. We're going to do another one. On May 18th, 2022, Trooper Michael Lewick was assisting the Pflugerville Police Department with a vehicle crash when he heard a shots fired call broadcast over the radio. He immediately traveled to the scene and upon arrival, observed multiple law enforcement officers taking cover behind 2 police vehicles. Trooper Lewick also observed a black passenger vehicle with multiple bullet holes in the body and windows. After joining the officers behind the patrol cars, Trooper Joseph Manchin began giving verbal commands to the driver of the vehicle over the loudspeaker. A male subject crawled out of the driver's seat and onto the ground, at which time Trooper Lewick noticed the subject was bleeding from his legs and torso. As he observed the subject was unarmed, he put away his patrol rifle and retrieved his medic bag. Trooper Lewick advised officers that he, under their cover, would retrieve the subject and provide medical aid. After developing a plan to move a contact team up to the vehicle to provide cover, Troopers Lewick and Manchin proceeded forward to retrieve the subject and move him behind the patrol vehicles. After Lewick removed the subject's shirt, he identified 2 large gunshot wounds to the upper left chest. He applied chest seals to each of these wounds and continued to assess the subject. After cutting away the subject's pants, he located multiple gunshot wounds and applied a tourniquet to the left leg to control the bleeding. The subject was rolled onto his side, allowing Lewick to identify a gunshot wound to the upper back, to which he applied an additional chest seal. As Williamson County EMS personnel arrived on the scene, Trooper Lewick continued providing care to the subject while briefing EMS personnel on his injuries. The subject was transported to a local hospital for additional medical treatment and was booked into the Williamson County Jail on multiple charges 2 days later. In recognition of his decisive and professional response to a life-threatening situation resulting in the saving of a life, Trooper Michael Lewick is hereby awarded another life-saving award. On June 19th, 2022, Trooper Ethan McAdoo was dispatched to a 2-vehicle head-on crash in New Caney. Trooper McAdoo was the only first responder on the scene when he arrived. As he made contact with the driver of one of the vehicles, McAdoo observed severe injuries to both of the driver's legs. His right leg had massive injuries, and he was losing a large amount of blood. Trooper McAdoo retrieved his tourniquet. However, while trying to apply it to the driver's leg, the tourniquet broke. McAdoo continued to use the tourniquet and make it as tight as possible to slow the loss of blood. When EMS personnel arrived on the scene, he obtained and applied a second tourniquet and was successful in stopping the bleeding. EMS personnel assumed primary care of the patient, and he was transported to a local hospital for further medical treatment. He was later released and is receiving physical therapy to regain full use of his leg. In recognition of his decisive and professional response to a life-threatening situation resulting in the saving of a life, Trooper Ethan McAdoo is hereby awarded the Life-Saving Award. On July 9th, 2022, Trooper Brian Barnes responded to an emergency broadcast of an unconscious child found submerged in a rural pond. As first responder on the scene, Barnes discovered a lifeless 5-year-old child. Upon assessing the child's condition, Trooper Barnes began administering CPR. Nacogdoches County Sheriff's Deputy Ron Wary was the second responder on the scene and immediately began assisting Trooper Barnes in CPR efforts. Both officers remained calm and focused during a chaotic situation and under extreme conditions. After approximately 2 minutes of first aid, the child was revived. Trooper Barnes and Deputy Wary continued to provide aid to the child until EMS personnel arrived on the scene. In recognition of their decisive and professional response to a life-threatening situation resulting in the saving of a life, Trooper Brian Barnes is hereby awarded the Life Saving Award, and Deputy Ron Wary is hereby awarded the Director's Award.
We'll do them all in sequence here, so family.
On July 30th, 2021, Mr. Stephen Taylor drove upon the scene of a major accident on U.S. Highway 79 in Leon County, in which a motorcycle struck a pickup truck towing a horse trailer. Mr. Taylor arrived on the scene prior to any police, fire, or EMS personnel. As a former combat medic in the United States Army, Mr. Taylor exited his vehicle and began assessing the scene and those involved. He observed the motorcyclist's leg had been amputated below the knee, and he was lying in the roadway, rapidly losing blood. Mr. Taylor utilized his training and experience and used a belt to create a makeshift tourniquet, which he applied to the uppermost portion of the subject's leg, which was effective in stopping the blood loss. Mr. Taylor continued to care for the subject and remained in constant communication with emergency service dispatchers, relaying accurate updates until EMS personnel arrived on the scene. Once EMS personnel arrived, the subject was transported via helicopter to a hospital where he received extensive medical treatment. In recognition of his decisive and professional response to a life-threatening situation resulting in the saving of a life, Mr. Stephen Taylor is hereby awarded the Director's Award. In 2019, the DPS-CID Methamphetamine Initiative Group, or MIG, initiated a joint state and federal investigation into the Tran drug trafficking organization. This organization was responsible for the distribution of several hundred kilograms of fentanyl and methamphetamine, including counterfeit fentanyl pills, methamphetamine pills, in Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Illinois, and Georgia by means of numerous clandestine laboratories in the greater Houston area. The 18-month investigation involved personnel from the DPS MIG, DPS CID El Paso, Houston Police Department, U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the U.S. Attorney's Office, Harris County District Attorney's Office, Oklahoma Highway Patrol, Norman, Oklahoma Police Department, the Louisiana State Police, and St. John the Baptist Sheriff's Office. The investigation, ultimately named Toretto's Nightmare, generated additional investigations in multiple states. Criminal and financial analysts from the DPS MIG, DPS ICT, DEA, FBI, and IRS collaborated to identify multiple members of the organization and provide investigative support, which resulted in asset seizures totaling more than $1.5 million. Investigative efforts resulted in the seizure of approximately 349 kilograms of fentanyl, 126 kilograms of methamphetamine, and more than $472,000 in drug proceeds. Additionally, officers arrested 13 defendants, seized 19 firearms and 7 vehicles with an estimated value of $357,000. During a single operation, officers seized a clandestine fentanyl and methamphetamine lab, resulting in the confiscation of 124 kilograms of methamphetamine and 274 kilograms of fentanyl with an estimated street value of over $12 million. This was confirmed by the DEA as the largest single seizure of fentanyl in U.S. history. The Tran DTO was dismantled in November 2019. All cases are currently pending, with each defendant facing a minimum of 10 years in federal prison. The employees commended for their hard work and dedication include Andrew Papanos, Aaron Hampton, Jose Rodriguez, Dean Busby, Mike Gonzalez, Garrett Chapman, Scott Rosenberry, Lyle Fatigue, Garrett Anderson, Teresa G., Joshua Raines, Jonathan O'Brien, Catherine Prado, Ross Trasinski, Michael Harriman, John Guerra, Matthew Parker, Jeremy Medland, and Leo J. Leo III, Assistant U.S. Attorney. These individuals are hereby awarded the unit citation. On October 19th, 2022, Intelligence and Counterterrorism Division analysts assigned to the Texas 10 Most Wanted program were officially recognized by the Texas Crime Stoppers Office and presented with letters of recognition by Governor Greg Abbott for their role in making 2021 the most successful year in the Texas 10 Most Wanted program's 30-year history. Working collaboratively with the Texas Department of Public Safety's Criminal Investigations Division, these criminal intelligence analysts provided critical information and analysis to help law enforcement partners around the state and nation capture 34 of Texas' most wanted fugitives in 2021, breaking the previous record of 32 set in 2013. Through their work in the Texas 10 Most Wanted program, these analysts help law enforcement protect and serve their communities. Governor Abbott's letters concluded by stating, "Your work has made Texas communities safer, and as such, you represent the best of the Lone Star State." Here to receive this recognition award on behalf of the Texas 10 Most Wanted program analysts are criminal intelligence analyst Hannah Robinson and Adam Unash.
At this time, I'm going to recognize Chief Valerie Brown for her dedicated service to the Department of Public Safety. Okay. Chief, please come on up if you don't mind. At her going away ceremony, I had an opportunity to talk to Chief Brown and tell her how much she meant certainly to me ever since I've been with the department, and certainly to the department of this organization has benefited. We're a better organization today than we were yesterday because of Valerie Brown and her life commitment to this agency. We're just very fortunate to have you, and congratulations. You deserve an outstanding retirement. And as I said before, you can retire, but you never leave. So with that, I'll turn the mic over. Okay.
Well, that concludes our presentation for today. Commissioner Stotchell mentioned to me earlier that this is his favorite part his favorite part of the service as a commissioner. And I, to this point, thought it was graduation for me personally. And I think it's both. I think it's celebrating people coming into DPS, and it's celebrating those who have shown the way on this side of the door. And we couldn't be happier to be commissioners and be here with you to celebrate such great service and accomplishments on behalf of the state of Texas. We want to wish you all the best for the holidays. You and your families, please take care of yourselves, and we look forward to seeing you in 2023. We'll take a brief break, and then we'll re-adjourn the rest of the meeting. Thank you all.
I can do that again. I just,
We'll give it the 1-minute warning. The commission has re-adjourned in open session. The time is 10 o'clock. We had the opportunity during the break to visit the new mobile command post that we were able to secure from last session. It's incredible. Jeff, would you like to speak about it a little bit?
Well, we have instances all the time where troops have to deploy to austere locations, no power, no water due to natural disasters, crime scenes, things where we have to immediately establish some place to have command and kind of take care of the processing of whatever it is we're doing. Many times in the recent years, we've been in places where there was no power, or we had to procure these from other places, and fortunately, the legislature provided us this resource last session. The team is really grateful for that. I know that they've been working hard on kind of getting some training on it. We, in essence, have a NASCAR trailer with a Lego system of tents and command posts that we could, build out for whatever the size of the event would be. Included in that will be a lot of technology upgrades and things that will really increase our capabilities, and we're really proud of it. So thank you all for coming out and taking a look at it. The team's done a good job with it.
I had the opportunity to visit Alvin during Hurricane Harvey, and TDM had acquired a rented one, is my understanding, for use at that point. And it was, unbelievable how well built out it was for a portable building, how quickly they were able to erect it, provided air conditioning in not great conditions. So I'm glad that we have that capability now. Thank you for taking us out there on the tour. All right, we'll move into public comment. I have one card. Are there any other cards? Okay, Lieutenant Edward Burris, who's retired, would like to speak to the commission. Lieutenant Burris. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, sir. Can you hand this to them? Just one page per. Thank you.
Thank you.
I ask your indulgence. I had a stroke on Monday. I thought this was still important enough to come here and speak, so I'm here. My name's Edward Burris. I'm a retired lieutenant with the Texas Department of Public Safety and a retired lieutenant colonel in the Marine Corps. I've also done postgraduate work at the A&M Bush School, specializing in Homeland Security, which included the National Incident Management System. I'm also published in various subjects in trade journals, and on this subject specifically, I'm here to talk about it as it relates to the Uvalde shooting. I'll happily stay after this meeting to answer anyone's question. If you listen to nothing else I say, I would ask you to do one thing. A few years ago, the Federal Bureau of Investigation put out a training film on school shootings. Please write this down. Google FBI, The Coming Storm. You can find it on YouTube. It's a dramatization of how a fictional school shooting is handled the proper way. It's fully NIMS compliant. NIMS is the playbook for handling of all critical incidents in the United States, regardless if they're man-made or natural. It's fully scalable to any size. It's subscribed to not only by federal agencies like FBI and FEMA, but all the way down to every police and fire department in the United States. It's used by every agency to sort out who's in charge when jurisdictions overlap, as they do hundreds of times daily in the U.S. for fires, floods, and active shooters. It does not work like one sees examples of in TV and the movies. In fact, it works the opposite of those Hollywood narratives, and for absolutely solid reasons. The FBI or any other agency with the biggest badge does not come in and take command. Incident command normally rests with the lowest jurisdiction. In Uvalde, that was the school district police, and they were indeed the proper agency. Chief Arredondo made colossal mess out of his execution of it, but he was designated incident commander by doctrine, and he must transfer that authority to be relieved. If you'll note on the handout that I gave each of you on page 21, it explains the actual transfer of command on an incident command system. So the line for succession for the incident commander went Uvalde ISD Police, Uvalde Sheriff, fourth would be Texas DPS, and the fifth was the Border Patrol. We were fourth in line to the throne of incident command by doctrine. There are few people I respect more than Director McGraw, but in this instance, I would say he's maybe couching it for the success of others or the minimizer of the failures. No, sir, there were key leadership failures. In my opinion, these were not by DPS. We're eating our own here sometimes. Some of the guys who tried to do the most are the ones in the hot seat. What message are we sending? I hope when this investigation is over, that sergeant who evacuated students through the window gets a director's citation. He wasn't in command, and the assault was on hold, but he realized there were children 270 degrees around the shooter, and those walls would not stop a bullet. DPS was there to support the incident commander. From what I saw in the videos and the body cams, the Ranger was trying to do just that. The lessons learned is that next time, if it's going that badly, he needs to ask the incident commander to transfer command to he or the sheriff. I read a combat action ribbon as a Marine. I have a director's citation for heroism, more letters in my file than I can count, and even an international award for heroism. I hold the dubious distinction of having the most bullet holes in the most helicopters in DPS history, put there by an active shooter. I've always run to the sound of the guns. Some people say I'm a brave man. I don't know. But I do know I've had a belly full of these chest thumpers who have never faced gunfire saying how they'd have done it. That foyer was death. Those doors were breach resistant. Even heavily armed BORTAC decided a breach using tools would get them shot up. Now, I could have been in that room for 10 minutes with only 6 troopers because I've seen it done. But there was no CP for the incident commander to get that type of supportive advice. Lessons learned, 3 things. Be relentless, keep working the problem, and give the incident commander solutions. I'd testify against Arredondo, but the problem is I'd testify for him too. I was told by a GS-15 from Homeland Security that no shooter has ever breached a locked classroom door. Certainly Ramos didn't have that capability. Had the door been locked, they'd be naming a street after Arredondo because they'd have caught Ramos in the hallway and shot him there. It's conceivable that no kids would have died. I don't know whose responsibility that classroom door was, but those doors are breach-proof from the outside. DPS was 4th in line for succession of incident commander. The failure to have that classroom door locked set in motion the catastrophe, The failure to have that classroom door locked set in motion the rest of the catastrophe and gave Ramos a huge tactical advantage that Arredondo does not seem to have the skill set to have overcome. The 2 biggest failures that day had already occurred before DPS leadership was on the scene. The lack of incident command structure meant the DPS had little power to add or detract from the situation. I'm again going to ask you, gentlemen, to watch the FBI videos. Shows how it should be done. And even though the scenario is not that close to what DPS faced that day, it does show how the leadership doesn't change no matter what else. My time has expired, and I'm open to any questions that y'all have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your.
Thank you, Lieutenant Burris. Thank you for taking the time to be here today. Is there anybody else from the public wishing to give comment at this time? Hearing none, public comment is now closed. Before we move on to the director's report, I want to recognize some people here with us today. We have Trent Prioria from Governor Abbott's office, Suzanne Tomlin from Lieutenant Governor Patrick's office, Aaron Monsibiaz from Lieutenant Governor Patrick's office, he's online, and Andrew Kinnemer from State Senator Bob Hall's office. Thank you for being here today, and I apologize if I missed anyone who's here or online. I'm going to turn it over now to Director McCraw for his report.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. We listed Operation Lone Star as a topic of discussion. I'm going to be very brief on this and just tee up. As you realize and understand well, since March of 2021, we had the beginning of what has become a global mass migration event, and it resulted in calendar year 2021 with over 1.3 million apprehensions. It was an historic high for Texas. It overwhelmed Border Patrol. It took them off the line. It diverted their activities from enforcement to processing and detention. And as a result of that, it left gaps and holes for the transnational criminal organizations, specifically the Mexican cartels. We have 6 in northern Mexico that impact Texas. And predominantly the impact is heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, and fentanyl, and now human smuggling / trafficking, because they reap billions from that particular area and they exploit people on both sides of the particular border. Faced with that, the governor and state legislature stepped forward, leaned way forward, and did something no other state has done, is they committed substantial billions of state dollars for a federal mission to support and fill those holes where Border Patrol is leaving gaps. And the mission really became, from a department standpoint, the focus is to detect and interdict transnational criminal activity between the ports of entry. We've been doing that. And whether it's criminal trespass on private property where we've got coyotes and organized smuggling operations are using that activity, whether it's charging people human smuggling, which we do routinely. And of course, one of the concerns the governor had early on was commercial vehicles and how many people had died in San Antonio as a result of so many migrants that were crammed into a truck tractor semi-trailer. We've seen, and you've seen, examples where they're thrown into a dump truck, or we got 18 in a sleeper of a truck tractor, not the cab, not the trailer, but the cab. So all of these, the confluence of all of these things, stash houses that so often are breeding grounds for violent crime that occurs in these particular areas, and certainly trafficking activities. So to that extent, how we can focus all the state's resources on many of those things, and a couple of those things we're going to talk about today to give you examples of, is certainly stash house operations. In fact, if we can move on to that right now with who's here today? You got Lieutenant? Oh, very good. So we actually have people that work for a living, unlike the director, okay? To show up and discuss some very specific parts of some of the initiatives and stash house in particular. So thank you very much for being here today, gentlemen. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Before we begin, Commissioner Wainwright has a question.
What's been going on? Can you just provide just a succinct overview of how, even though Texas has one continuous border, that the really points where there is the most traffic and the most problematic areas change over time, and what's that in response to, and what our response to it is, or our proactive actions regarding it are?
Well, for so many years, we could always say Rio Grande Valley was the center of gravity And we can say that again and again and after. There's 5 Border Patrol sectors in Texas, and Rio Grande Valley has always been the dominant one. If you look at it, especially with Central American migration, you can see it's the closest area, the closest point between Central America and the U.S. is going to be Brownsville, Rio Grande Valley. So that has always been the challenge in that regard. But recently, we've seen a shift westward. And we've seen a dramatic increase, what they call the Del Rio sector, which has got Valverde County, and you have Maverick County, and Eagle Pass is an example in that regard. We've seen this, and that the result of that, this is an area unlike Rio Grande Valley where there's more Border Patrol agents, and there's larger detention facilities and more infrastructure. The Del Rio sector does not have that. And so immediately, Border Patrol can be easily overwhelmed, and that's what's happened. So right now, what we've seen is the switch in the most problematic area is Maverick County. If you had to pick a county, not the sector, but a county, it's Maverick County, it's Eagle Pass area right now. It's that rural area, low water, maybe fast, maybe dangerous. It may, as you heard here today, the threats to the migrants trying to cross some of those locations. But nevertheless, it's an area that they're exploiting primarily. The cartels are less severe there, is one of the reasons. Even though there's not the infrastructure. And recently, we've seen over the last 3 weeks, we've seen a shift, really over the last 30 days, a shift from the largest numbers, not in Del Rio sector, but moving over to the El Paso sector. And keep in mind, El Paso sector of Border Patrol includes New Mexico. And of course, Texas has, half of the New Mexico's border with Mexico, goes through El Paso. So they have a limited sized border, but Border Patrol takes responsibility. So El Paso sector, anything that comes into New Mexico has to be processed or detained, at that El Paso Border Patrol sector in El Paso. And now we've seen the numbers shift to the El Paso sector. And I say shift, it's like last week, it was about 13,000, okay, in El Paso, which is a great concern for us. And with the increased numbers, we're concerned that we could hit as high as 18,000. And keep in mind that we had 33,000 last week, okay, for Texas-wide. So, and a little less, closer to 11,000 we had in the Del Rio sector. So together, those sectors drive the national numbers. That's where the hot spots are nationally in terms of Border Patrol sectors, and we're mindful of that. And as a result, the governor gives us some very specific direction in terms of actions that we've had to take and shift as a result to address Del Rio and now El Paso.
Okay, thank you, Director.
Okay, right. Gentlemen, please.
Good morning. My name is Mario Menchaca. I'm a lieutenant with the Criminal Investigations Division, and I'm stationed in South Texas.
Good morning. My name is Mark Garza, and I'm a special agent stationed down there in McAllen in the Rio Grande Valley.
This morning's brief is going to highlight migrant stash house events and also highlight commercial motor vehicle events as well. Here's the OLS start dates. As you're aware, March 4th, we started Operation Lone Star in Hidalgo County and Starr County. We then expanded it on March 11th to the Del Rio sector, covering Valverde, Maverick, Zavala. We continue to expand our search or our reach into the Laredo sector of Webb, Duval, and Zapata, and then going out furthest west to the El Paso and the Big Bend area. DPS is responsible for covering 1,250 miles of river. So these 5 sectors covers that, and it helps us. So, this slide here, gentlemen, is the Stash House Reward Program. Governor Abbott implemented a Stash House Reward Program. When it initially started, it started off with $2,500 as the reward. It has since been increased on August 31st of 2022 to $5,000. Of the 32 South Texas regional tips that we've received, 16 of those have happened after the increase that Governor Abbott has imposed. 9 of those tips are active investigations right now. Now, this slide is kind of highlighting the border regions, but this program does extend to the entire state. It's not just the border regions. Stash House events overview. This is just going to briefly explain the overview of how many events, Stash House events that we've had as of December 1st of this year. So a total number of Stash Houses has been 212. with the total number of migrants referrals from those stash houses being 2,404. Okay, the next couple of slides will highlight some of the work the special agents and DPS troopers are doing along the border regions. So on April 8th, DPS, along with our federal partner, Border Patrol, conducted a knock and talk operation. The results of that operation, they were able to recover 52 migrants from a house. And this was in El Paso County. So as the Colonel stated earlier, out west is still a problem, and they're starting to shift too. So El Paso County, they did an excellent job with this operation. This stash house event here was May 2nd of 2022. DPS special agents conducted a consensual encounter on a vehicle in Webb County, which is the Laredo sector. They were able to make one arrest and the discovery and recovery of 6 migrants inside that vehicle. Now, follow-up investigations led the agents to a stash house nearby, and where they were able to recover 58 additional migrants. So again, an excellent job for the DPS agents there in Laredo sector. This is a commercial motor vehicle event. September 21st of 2022, DPS special agents approached a commercial motor vehicle, again in Webb County, the Laredo sector, and they observed multiple people attempting to flee. They were able to detain the driver. Now, when questioned, the driver, he could not provide any information as to what cargo he had in the semi-trailer. So the DPS agents then searched the trailer and were able to locate 50 additional migrants, 2 of those migrants being minors. So DPS special agents were able to charge 2 suspects for smuggling of person with the likelihood of serious bodily injury or death. This is a significant stash house event. So on October 12th of 2022, again, as a result to a stash house tip, this event here, I want to point out that this was a part of Governor Abbott's stash house reward program. The special agents received the information. They were able to head out to the scene, corroborate the information, draft a plan, conduct an operation, and the result is they were able to recover 10 migrants. Now, I do also want to point out that the monetary reward was paid out in this situation. And this investigation is still ongoing and active. This slide here is a significant commercial motor vehicle event. So on October 25th of 2022, a DPS trooper initiated a routine commercial motor vehicle inspection in LaSalle County. Now, LaSalle County is one of the counties that has one of those hasty or makeshift inspection station on mile marker 59. Now, during this inspection with this trooper, the trooper was able to discover 85 migrants laying on top of each other with the tarp over them on the belly dump, as you can see in these photos. The driver was arrested for smuggling of a person. So excellent job for the trooper utilizing the inspection station and conducting his job. November 30th, this is a stash house event. November 30th, the officers initiated a vehicle pursuit in Webb County, which is the Laredo sector, when a suspect robbed a victim of $500 and stole her vehicle as well. Now, during the robbery, the woman managed to remove her children from the vehicle while being dragged down the road. The subject eventually abandoned the vehicle and went on foot. Special agents and DPS troopers were able to arrest this individual that's pictured up above you guys. And the follow-up investigation learned that this individual was a Mexican national who had just crossed approximately 1 week prior to this event. Next slide. Yeah. Okay, this is a commercial motor vehicle event. This is the one that the colonel was highlighting just a minute ago. So on November 21st of 2022, DPS trooper again initiated a commercial motor vehicle inspection, again at this hasty inspection station on I-35 in LaSalle County. During the inspection, the trooper was able to discover 18 migrants inside the sleeper bird. So this picture up here, gentlemen, it's showing that's a bobtail truck tractor. There's no semi-trailer attached to it, and the 18 migrants were inside that sleeper berth, along with the driver. So the driver was in the front, they were all in the back. So they crammed him in there. So the driver was arrested and charged for smuggling of a person. And again, this investigation is active and ongoing. This slide here is a significant commercial motor vehicle event. On November 28th, again, special agents located like a trucking yard in Webb County, the Laredo sector, and they suspected it of being involved in human smuggling. So when they did their approach, their operation, they were able to discover 5 migrants that were inside that truck tractor, that white truck tractor that's above you guys. Once they detained those 5 migrants, they continued their search, and they found an additional 48 migrants inside a Connex container, which is that middle picture above you. Now, inside that Connex container, there was those 48 migrants. Once they pulled them out, they started speaking with them, talking with them. They were able to learn that those migrants had been in that Connex container for roughly 4 hours. And again, this investigation is still active and ongoing. So that concludes the brief of Operation Lone Star in regards to the migrant stash houses and the commercial motor vehicles. Are there any questions?
I mean, it's stunning to me. It's not just an act of smuggling. It's extremely dangerous for the people that are being smuggled. It's extremely dangerous for the general public. I'm very glad to see Governor Abbott call for a mandatory 5-year sentence for human smuggling. It's deplorable, and it needs to stop to the extent it can. So thank you for all the work you're doing to apprehend the people involved in it. Now we need border prosecutors who are willing to follow through with prosecuting these cases, and hopefully the legislature will be able to take up stiffer sentencing.
Sure. I echo the chairman's comments. I also want to add, I applaud the men and women of DPS who are in harm's way and doing this job every day in order to protect Texas and, in fact, protect the entire country. So thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you.
Director?
No, great job. Appreciate it. Thank you guys for doing it.
Thank you.
That's just two of the many facets, and I want to make sure I include that one thing that the governor's been leaning forward on in the state legislature, and they've put a lot of money towards, is the Texas National Guard. They've been great partners. So we talk about DPS. We're just focused because this is what we do in DPS, but the National Guard, we've got game wardens out there, we've got TxDOT helping, we've got TDM helping along those lines. So it's really the full cadre of state agencies that are being funded by the state of Texas to support, Lone Star operations, around the state. And the only thing I'd like to add is that it is a multifaceted strategy. It addresses transnational criminal activity between the ports of entry, as we talked about. It talks about human smuggling arrests in those particular areas. We've talked about stash house operations, commercial vehicle enforcement operations. But one of the things that we've seen across the state is that the Mexican cartels are the most significant organized crime threat to the state and the nation. They collaborate closely with the gangs, and so we've got 6 Mexican cartels operating in Texas, and there's at least 18 gangs that they collaborate with, either directly or indirectly, to support their operations. So the department has also been tasked and directed to target, the Mexican cartels, networks that are operating in Texas. And as you saw this investigation earlier today, the best way to do it is with our partners, DEA, FBI, HSI, working together to be able to have the type of impact where we can take out nodes and dismantle networks, as you saw in this investigation that was highlighted today, and to continue to do that, but also the gangs, as we found out in West Texas and other parts of the state, as gangs play an important role, but also they're also the closest thing to the impact on violence in those communities. So whether it's West Texas, using the Texas Anti-Gang Center initiative, we're boosting resources into those particular things, recognizing that it's not just one strategy. It's a collaboration of multiple strategies to try to address this particular threat. But as long as there's a substantial, and unwavering amount of people coming to the country in between the ports of entry and giving up the Border Patrol, it makes our job much more difficult. And that's really a policy decision is driven in that regard. And we're hopeful that at any given day, some of the things might change. But for right now, we recognize that December 21st, you may have heard that date. That's when Title 42 goes away officially. And I know that in my discussions with the Chief of the Border Patrol and others in law enforcement at the federal level. They're concerned about what this might do in terms of uptick. So the department, certainly, we have surged a lot of resources there. We're mindful, and we have an operations order and plan ready, when we're directed, if directed by the governor, to implement, which will put a substantial more amount of DPS resources on the border if necessary. So we stand ready to do that. We hope that there's no need for it, but we're prepared for it anyway, and we have those discussions routinely with the governor's office, and so we'll keep you advised as to how that's going to go.
Yeah, I was reflecting on Commissioner Wainwright's question for you earlier about the movement of these corridors over time. And I remember when Hidalgo County was ground zero.
Yes, sir.
And how you can see how the impact of DPS and its partners pushes that traffic into other areas. Unfortunately, it does end up somewhere else. That's money like water, trying to find its way somewhere it pushes to where it can get in. And I didn't think we'd ever be talking about El Paso being a hot spot compared to those other zones.
Well, there's a lot of infrastructure there in El Paso and Juarez and transportation nodes, so we recognize that. But we haven't pushed it far enough west yet, okay? So, and unfortunately, so.
Well, thank you, Director. Any more questions for the Director? All right, we'll move on to Section 8 on the agenda, new business. Item A, final determination, contested cases, consideration possible action on proposals for decision, SOA docket number 405-22-07256.PSB in the case of David Lamar Boykin. I'll turn that over to General Counsel Adkins.
Good morning, Phil Adkins, General Counsel. We have one contested case for you this morning for final decision. It's out of the private security program. The department denied David Lamar Boykin's application to be a non-commissioned security officer based on an offense of injury to a child. Under the Occupations Code, this is one of the offenses that requires a 10-year disqualification. The applicant contested the department's decision on September 27th, 2022. A hearing was held before the State Office of Administrative Hearings, and the administrative law judge issued a proposal for decision recommending that Boykin's non-commissioned security officer license be denied. And I'm asking this morning that the commission adopt the proposal for decision from the administrative law judge as your final determination in the case.
I'd entertain a motion on that.
I move that we adopt the proposal for decision as our final determination in this case.
A second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Wainwright and a second from Commissioner Stodchill to adopt the final determination on SOA docket number 405-22-07256.PSB in the case of David Lamar Boykin. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. Item B, under new business, report discussion and possible action on the following rule proposals for publication to receive public comment. This will be Chief Sherry Gibson on proposed amendment to TAC Section 16.1 concerning general requirements. Chief Gibson, good morning.
Good morning. Sherry Gibson, Chief Driver License Division. This morning I bring an amendment to TAC 16.1 regarding the general requirements concerning hazardous material endorsement exemptions. Amending 16.1 adjusts the dates referenced within the rule to the latest federal regulation updates and also adds a reference to a new CFR 383.3I related to hazardous materials endorsement exemptions for certain drivers transporting diesel. The recommended action is requesting approval to post in the Texas Register.
I'd entertain a motion on that.
I so move.
We have a motion from Commissioner Wainwright and a second from Commissioner Stodchill to publish for a proposal to receive public comment in the Texas Register, proposed amendment to TAC Section 16.1 concerning general requirements. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you, Chief. Item C, under new business, intelligence threat briefing. We'll handle that in executive session. Moving on to item 9, under ongoing business. Section A, discussion and possible action regarding compassionate use program, and I'll turn that over to Chief Mueller and Deputy Director Williams.
Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. Wayne Mueller, Chief, Regulatory Services Division. Wanted to provide you with an additional brief update on our progress regarding trying to continue to make sure that we are maintaining statewide coverage in a measured approach while this program continues to grow. To that end, 4 items I wanted to update you on. Last commission meeting, you authorized the creation of a working group so that we could obtain a variety of perspectives from different sectors within the cannabis industry. And so we thank you to our Media and Communications Office. They issued a press release last month to announce that we were establishing that working group. We took in a number of applications, and at this time we have selected 10 individuals. That's up from the 9 that I mentioned to you at the last commission meeting. We decided to go ahead and add a 10th public position to try and maybe get additional perspective that those other 3 categories may not fully provide. So 10 individuals that we have selected to be initial members of that working group. We have not contacted them as of yet. We will begin doing so possibly as early as this afternoon, and we'll be looking towards having an inaugural meeting of that group sometime mid-January, approximately 30 days or so from now. Secondly, I mentioned the want and the need for a consultant contract so that we could get some subject matter expertise, some individuals that have had some involvement with the development of other programs around the country so that we're not spinning our wheels, but get some good recommendations as we make decisions as we move forward with this program. The governor's office did provide us with the finding of fact, the approval that was needed for that solicitation yesterday afternoon. We are appreciative of the assistance and the guidance and the leadership from the governor's office as we continue to develop this program. And I did hear approximately 30 minutes ago, we did post that, our procurement service did post that solicitation, so it is now on the street. And so I anticipate that we could have that contract in place and begin receiving some assessment and recommendations during the month of February. Thirdly, I had mentioned that I was going to bring some rules to you to make some changes to the CUP program. However, we struggled a bit, quite frankly, to get consensus on the exact wording on a couple of those rules. And as the deadline approached for this agenda for this meeting, it became apparent that given the proximity of time that we're now, as of today, I believe 26 days before the start of the legislative session, we didn't want to unintentionally get in front of the legislature and what plans they may have as far as any changes to the compassionate use program. So we decided the more prudent course at this point, at least, is to go ahead and hold one more time on those rules, let the legislative session at least begin and see what momentum there may be as far as various bills before we bring forth any additional rules. At worst, I would anticipate that then as we get into the summer, late summer, early fall, after session has concluded, we'll have a new set of rules to bring before you, but we're going to hold on those just for right now so that we don't get sideways with any legislative intent. And then lastly, I did want to announce to you that we are going to go ahead and open up the window and begin taking applications for new licenses in the compassionate use program. If nothing else, in an effort to gain what actual interest there may be as far as new licensees. There's obviously been a lot of conversation, a lot of potential interest, but this will help us gauge what the actual interest is. The plan at this time is that we would open up that application window beginning somewhere around mid-January and leave it open for approximately a 90-day period, which would take us to the middle or if not the end of March. At that point, it would not be our intent to act immediately on those applications, since that would put us square in the middle of the legislative session. But instead, we would begin assessing those applications, but we would intentionally then let the remainder of the session play out. And so that at that point, with whatever legislative changes the legislature may have made to the program, coupled with, at that point, we will see what the actual patient growth has been as far as patient count is concerned. And then at that point, we should also have some assessment and recommendations completed by this consultant contract that I have mentioned. All of that together, I would anticipate then we'd be looking at a June to July timeframe where we could then announce to the public what we think the process and the timing will be to add licensees from that application pool that we would have received from January through March. So that's the plan as we have developed it right now and how we are potentially going to go forward with it. That's what I have to report to you today. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions that you might have on this. And I don't have any action items for you on this at this time.
No, I'm glad you're going to gauge support by opening up the application process. And I think it's wise to not get too far out in front of the legislature so close to the session. We'll know by February probably whether or not there is any significant impactful legislation in this area that is being considered. And so we can gauge it at that point. I've been kind of concerned about the metrics for determining, we talked about last meeting and I think the meeting before that about companies that have licenses but aren't delivering product. And I think it's critically important that those who seek a license are in fact planning to conduct business. If we're going to have this product in Texas for the benefit of the public, people engaged in the business of producing it need to be actively doing so and not just sitting on a license. And so I would be curious to see what kind of metrics for gauging their level of business activity we will be assessing. Obviously, some of these people, when they apply for a position or apply for a license, they may wait till they have the license to start operations. But I think seems to me there should be a window of opportunity for them to get up and running and then have some sort of ongoing metrics. In order to hold a license, you have to be actually in business. And so that's kind of been one thing that I've been thinking about a lot since the last meeting. So I would just ask you to give that some thought.
Yes, Chairman, and I would agree. And to that end, the one of the rules in the rule set that I've described kind of goes that route to create an initial baseline, especially for a new licensee that's ramping up, and then have an expectation of a minimum as they move forward. We have some language to that end. Again, we're working on trying to get a better consensus with it. But yes, we are working towards exactly what you described.
Okay, thank you. Jeff, did you have anything to add?
Other than to echo what Wayne has said, we've talked about this, being productive in the business issue at length. And that was really one of the challenges to figure out exactly how to go about measuring that. But we are committed to ensuring that there will not be someone who just plants their flag on a license and decides that they're going to hold that as, some asset that will be, valuable at some later day or whatever. If someone is doing that if they're trying to apply to get a license for that, they're going to be sorely disappointed because there will be milestone requirements for productivity. They're going to have to show that they're actually in the business of supporting this program. So to simply, get a license and hold, it will be immediately discovered through our inspections, through our regulatory process, and we'll place them on sufficient notice. We're going to be reasonable about it, but I want you to know that we're committed to making sure that the people who are going to have a license must actually be producing.
And to clarify that, you say people, I want to clarify, you mean individuals.
Correct.
It is not an entity per se that has the license. It is people associated with the entity that have the license.
Correct.
And so a license like that is not, say, transferable from individual to individual. I mean.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
If someone were to hypothetically have a license and then decide that they no longer want to participate in the program, it's not up to them to either negotiate away or sell or some kind of transfer of that without the department oversight. In essence, it'd be the same of, any other licensee that we're going to issue a license. I can't negotiate my driver license to my daughter, thank goodness. And it's the same with this, we're going to have to do an entire review of that person, their qualifications, their potential to produce, all of those things that we'd do for any new applicant, and that'd be the position we'd take.
Okay. So, yeah, that answers my question. Commissioner Wainwright, did you have a question?
Just a couple of additional comments. To the extent the Teacup program is promulgated policy of Texas and medical use is important and approved, one of my concerns is that we ensure that there is capacity to serve those in need, like what we heard from the representative from Fort Worth a couple of sessions ago. It sounds like we're also paying careful attention to having appropriate competition in the industry. Competition and transparency are important to keep things from getting bogged down and inefficiencies from being involved. And that competition is populated by law-abiding, legitimate men and women of integrity and character. Sounds like you're headed in that direction. And I agree with your thinking and the proposal for moving forward. Makes sense to me, sounds intelligent. I look forward to any updates and what we're learning from the legislature and from the governor's office, and then the proposed rules after the session's over.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Stodgill, anything? One more question on the application window. What is the window? Did you say it's going to open and then remind me of the window?
Yes, sir. Our plan right now is to do a 90-day window, approximately middle of January. So my staff has some time to make sure we've got all the I's and T's on how we're going to announce what information we want to intake, which would lead us from mid-January to mid-March-ish is the plan as of this time, approximately 90 days.
Okay. If we come up with new information in the application for those individuals, are we going to go to current license holders and at least ask them to update their file, providing that additional information? I mean, we're not going to ask them to reapply. They already have a license, but we may be collecting some data from new applicants that we don't have from old applicants, and we might want to ask them to update their files.
Certainly.
If we do.
Yes, sir. I apologize. You're catching me a little bit flat-footed. I'm trying to think of an example of that. But if there is something like that, where we feel like that was important information as we've learned from the industry as it's matured, that we want that information from newcomers, absolutely. We would want that from the incumbents as well.
Okay.
And to that end, Mr. Chairman, hopefully the advisory group will be able to provide some of those insights that which is the purpose you've authorized us to do it. And we're going to really do all we can to leverage their expertise. This consultant will help facilitate those, pieces of information. And so that's been the push to get that together so that we don't make an error for that very reason.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Chief. Move on to item B under ongoing business, report, discussion, and possible adoption of the following previously published rule, which is number 1, proposed new 37 TAC 36.5 concerning sellers of catalytic converters in the ordinary course of business. And again, that is Chief Muller.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, Wayne Muller, Chief Regulatory Services Division. So yes, just to briefly refresh your recollection, I brought this to you last commission meeting. This rule was actually instigated by the industry. Last session, the legislature put in place a requirement for tracking and documentation when they purchase a catalytic converter in response to the theft concerns that have occurred across the state and the country. However, the statute does allow for an exception that if the activity, if the transaction is from a business to business type transaction, then the documenting and the tracking requirements aren't there. The industry had some concern about which other entities they may be purchasing from that would count as a business to business transaction. And so they asked for some assistance from us in putting something in place that would kind of define who those entities are. And that's what this rule was intended to do, is essentially be a list of those other types of entities. We did receive 4 public comments while it was published in the Texas Register. One of those comments was just in support of the rule overall. I believe it might be the exact same language that you received from Mr. Bresnan as part of public comment last commission meeting. To be transparent, we're part of the entity that helped draft the language in this rule, and they were very much involved, and so they were indicating their support. The other 2 comments recommended some changes to the rule, which we agree with. The first one was an indication that the list was essentially 9 different items, including references to wrecking yard and salvage yard entities. Some experts in that area, in that subsector, pointed out to us that we already have them essentially covered in another line item. Their statute is a little bit convoluted, and so we wound up doubling up a little bit. So for my staff's looking at it in conversation with General Counsel's office, we agree that we had a little bit of redundancy there. So one of the actions here is to remove what was item number 2, which is essentially the deletion of that sentence because we already have them covered elsewhere in the same list. And then the second, or the third comment also was a recommendation of a change. One of the, another sentence in the rule was going to describe the context of the transaction where the catalytic converter came about was because of the removal and replacement of a previous catalytic converter. However, we did receive public comment that writing it that way ratcheted it down a little too much, and so there were some potential legitimate business transactions that would then be cut out. That was not our intent, and so again, from talking through with our staff and through with General Counsel's office, we agree that that was a little too far, and so the second item is to take out the second sentence that references a replacement or removal and replacement of the catalytic converter. The fourth comment we received actually went the other direction and was suggesting that we ratchet it down a bit more, that we have very specific instances in which this exception would apply. We can't do that. The way the statute is worded, this cannot be an exhaustive list. That was something that we worked through quite a bit on this. The statute would have to be changed, and obviously that would be a legislative action as opposed to ours. And so we did decline to make any action on that comment because it went too far. And so with all that, Chairman, I do recommend and request the rest of the language is exactly as was published in the Texas Register after last commission meeting, with the 2 sentences that I have described being removed. Otherwise, it is the same, and so I would request your potential adoption of it at this time.
I move that we adopt these changes as just described.
Do we have a second?
Yes, I second.
Okay. We have a motion from Commissioner Stodgill and a second from Commissioner Wainwright to approve proposed 37 TAC section 36.5 concerning sellers of catalytic converters in the ordinary course of business with the 2 amendments that Chief Mueller just described. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you, Chief. Item C under ongoing business, report, discussion, and possible action regarding the modification of the DPS organizational structure and the appointment, promotion, ratification, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a member of the department or commission management team. Director McCraw, do you have anything for us? Thank you. Item D, under ongoing business, report, discussion of possible action regarding ongoing criminal investigations pursuant to Government Code Section 411.0041. We will handle that in executive session. Moving on to item 10 on the agenda, reports. Are there any commissioners wishing to give a report? Chief Winden, do you have a report for us today? Thank you. Chief Melvin, do you have a report for us today? Thank you. Any division chiefs wishing to give a report today? Yes, Brady Mills from Crime Lab.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Directors. My name is Brady Mills, Chief of the Crime Laboratory Division. Thank you for the opportunity to come up and give you a brief overview of the status of sexual assault kits in the state of Texas. There's kind of 3 components. There's the kits that are in our laboratories and what we are charged with doing. We discussed a little bit of kits that are with law enforcement that's based on a report that we are able to do and report on December 1st, and then kits with our local partners as well. There's a little bit of automation to this slide, if you can hit 3 more times.
Can you pull the microphone a little closer?
Yes, sir. In order to put this into context, the easiest thing to do is kind of discuss kind of some of the things that have happened to our DNA teams over the years. One important thing that has happened is in 2011, we became a test-all state. And so investigators didn't have the ability to make investigative decisions regarding submitting kits to laboratories that were required by statute to submit kits to laboratories when an evidence kit was collected. In 2013, this actual Senate bill is not in reference to sexual assault, but it impacted our teams greatly. It was a capital crimes bill that required our DNA teams across the state to test all items of evidence in capital cases. So it's always interesting when there's different crime types that impact our ability to do sexual assault kits based on the fact that it impacts the DNA teams. The other legislation that's referenced in the slide is House Bill 8, which was in 2019, which charged us both with completing kits in 90 days, but also required us to do tracking kits across the state and reporting those kits on December 1st of each year. And then just other things in the DNA community that impacted our teams is this FBI protocol changes regarding the quality standards for DNA testing and statistical changes as well that impacted our teams. Next slide. And if you can hit that 2 more times as well. And 1 more. You can see when we overlay those different changes, you can see just going back from 2016 or 2012 on to 2017, it really impacted our ability to keep up with what was coming in. And you can see back in 2015 is when we really started to fall behind with being able to complete kits in a timely manner. Next slide, please. And this is the actual backlog of kits. And I use that term, any kit that is in our possession over 90 days is considered a backlogged kit. And then the other reference on this slide is in 2019, we started tracking kits differently. And so that is in reference to House Bill 8. Anything prior to September 1st of 2019 was a historical kit. And then anything after was considered House Bill 8. You can see that our teams are challenged with how do we eliminate our backlog, which had the kind of high of almost 6,000 back in 2017, but also how to build a process where we're keeping up with kits within 90 days. And you can see as our backlog decreased over the years after the additional funding that was associated with House Bill 8 and the additional personnel as well, and then the hard work in our new processes, we were able to start both eliminating the backlog, but then also keeping up with the House Bill 8 kits that were coming in. I don't have 2022 on that slide yet, but there is no backlog kits within our system, and we are completing the kits within 90 days as required by statute. Next slide. The other requirement was to have a statewide electronic tracking system. The primary reason for the tracking system is so survivors of sexual assault can be their own advocate, so they'll be able to see kind of where their kit is in the process all the way through the investigative phase, the laboratory phase, the prosecution phase. But it also gives us the ability to kind of look at both law enforcement and laboratories in the state to determine where a kit is. And then we've been asked to actually report that out each December 1st. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the 2 times that we've pulled data from TrackIt. We pull in November to post in December. And these are unsubmitted kits. So these are kits in the hands of law enforcement at those dates in time. So in 21, there was 572 kits in the hands of law enforcement. 350 of those were within 30 days. Their requirement is to submit those within 30 days. So 356 of those were just going through the process. 216 were over that 30-day mark, and so those would be kits that we would focus on and try to talk to local law enforcement and encourage and educate them to be able to submit those to a lab in a timely manner. When we polled in 2022, 601 kits, but there are still now growing. There's 313 that have not been submitted to a laboratory within the timelines outlined by statute. If you can hit the next slide, please. And unanalyzed kits are now kits that are in labs across the state. So those are our laboratories, and then those are also laboratories associated with our local partners. Again, there's when we pulled the data, there was 3,005 in 2021, and then there's 3,248 in 2022. The laboratories are required to complete the testing in 90 days. You can see the top lines in each bucket or each column. Those are kits in laboratories that are under 90 days, so they're compliant with statute. But the second one in 2021, there's 1,079 kits that are outside that 90-day mark. In 2021, we did have 39 of those that were in our DPS system. But you can see our improvement in 2022. There's 1,451 kits outside 90 days, but 0 of those are within the DPS system. And so that's kind of the throughput and the improvement that we've made ourselves. We are now looking at these, both the law enforcement numbers and the laboratory numbers, as something that we need to communicate and educate both law enforcement and our local partners about these requirements to get these kits done in a timely manner. Can you hit the next slide, please? The historical audit was the last facet of kits. If you think back to the first slide where we talked about 2011, we were required, it's test all state, to always submit kits to laboratories. We were asked back in 2019 to sample law enforcement agencies across the state to see if they had kits that had not been submitted to a laboratory. And we did determine that there were 3,582 kits that had not been submitted and are in the hands of about 300 law enforcement agencies around the state. Next slide, please. Our efforts in this space have been, since we've been able to build a system to keep up with our own workload, we are now engaging law enforcement from across the state to bring these into our laboratories to test and eventually put these in the CODIS if a sample is identified. We have started that in March of 2022. We have brought in 522 kits when this data was pulled back in the summer. Those came from about 41 of the agencies that were sampled. And we've been able to complete a number of those kits, and with the ultimate success is getting a sample into CODIS. So we've been able to put 55 samples, so these are DNA profiles not associated with the victim from the kit, into CODIS, and we've received 2 CODIS hits, which we're able to give back to law enforcement as the identity of the DNA donor for those particular offenses. That is the end of the brief, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
I don't have any questions. I just want to applaud the work being done in the crime lab. I've been around long enough to remember when there was a lot of concern about the backlog in a very big way, and the ability of DPS to take on outside work. And the numbers speak for themselves. You've done an incredible job. We appreciate the investments that the legislature and the governor made in this area to help us get to where we are and stay where we are. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any other chiefs wishing to give a report?
Sir, training operations.
Call up Chief Baxter from Training Operations.
Morning, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Brian Baxter, Chief of the Training Operations Division, and I'd like to introduce Mr. Michael Harper to give a report on the physical fitness and command presence.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Harper, as mentioned by Chief, Program Supervisor of the Fitness Wellness Unit of the Training Operations Division, and as mentioned, going to provide a report and update on the command presence and physical fitness testing from the fall 2022 cycle that just ended November 30, with reporting deadline of today. In looking at the program overall, to maintain compliance with Texas Government Code 614.172, also the health, physical fitness, and command presence policy within DPS General Manual 8.14, employees are provided with 5 different test options for demonstrating compliance with physical fitness testing and requires a minimum score of 70% or higher. Additionally, employees are provided with 3 pathways to demonstrate compliance with command presence through pathways that include waist circumference, height and weight as a second option, and a third pathway through percent body fat. Aggregate data and data within each component of each test and evaluation was analyzed and looked at for potential discrepancies, disparities, or impact on different groups. During the fall 2022 period, we had 2.6% of the agency that received waiver per the guidelines from the Texas DPS General Manual 8.14, providing an exemption for the evaluation period. Of those on waivers, 68 were males and 38 were females. For the fall 2022 testing cycle regarding physical fitness testing and assessment, aggregate data of the agency indicated that a compliance rate for the period was 99.6. This is consistent with previous compliance rates we've seen, as within the spring of 2022, the physical fitness testing evaluation period also had a compliance rate of 99.6. Initial preliminary data was analyzed for differences between gender and identified that 99.6 of males passed the compliance rate at a 70% requirement, and 100% of females were reported as being in compliance with physical fitness testing requirement during that evaluation period. For the 2022 fall testing cycle, preliminary results from the command presence evaluation aggregate data indicated that 95.0% of all commissioned officers of Texas DPS who participated in measurements met the command presence policy requirement through one of the 3 different pathways for compliance. Just as the physical fitness testing data was analyzed for potential discrepancies, disparities, and impact on a variety of groups, the command presence evaluation data was also analyzed within the same means. And in looking at gender, males in the fall 2022 demonstrated compliance rate for command presence of 95.3%, and females demonstrated compliance rate of 92.1%. Of the small percentage of individuals that are not in compliance, 24.4% of males and 18.1% of females are within 2 inches of being in compliance. Following the fall 2022 testing cycle, individuals that are not in compliance are being placed on fitness improvement plans. The fitness improvement plan is meant to be a training initiative provided to individuals utilizing research-based recommendations related to physical fitness, health, and nutrition that is within the scope of the plan administrator and provided to the employee. As a result of these initiatives that are conducted by the Fitness Wellness Unit staff, DPS Fitness Institute graduates throughout the great state of Texas, and the personal dedication and hard work of the individual that is on a fitness improvement plan. Those individuals that were on a plan in the spring of 22, there were 34 of those individuals that are no longer on a plan. And so we've seen that the plans work and are providing benefit to employees and giving guidance for them within their progress. In conclusion, thank you for your time and your support of the agency as we work collaboratively to help ensure that individuals are fit for duty, yet more importantly, that they are fit for life. And there are many different testimonials that can be shared about the positive impact of the program, as well as the improvements as a result of the initiatives that are put in place to support the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? I want to applaud the work being done here as well. This has been a heavy lift over the years to get to where we are now, and I couldn't be happier with the results. I'm very, very pleased with where we are, and thank everybody who's been working to get there and those who are working to get into compliance. We hope it's the best for everybody involved, so thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other chiefs wishing to give a report? All right, we'll move on to the consent items, section 11 of the agenda. Deputy Director Mathis, do we have any items?
None.
Thank you. Item 12 on the agenda, items for future agenda. Commissioners, please let Phil or Sophie know if you have items that you want included on the next meeting agenda. Item 13, the regular Public Safety Commission meeting is scheduled for February 16th of 2023, and discharge hearings will be held on February 17th, 2023 as needed. The Public Safety Commission will now go into closed session at this time pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, to consider matters authorized to be considered in an executive session under Government Code Section 551.071, 072, 073, 074, 076, and Government Code Section 411.0041. The time is 12:08 p.m. The Public Safety Commission has ended a closed session and is now reconvened as a quorum in open session. The time is 2:25 p.m. If there's no further business, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
I second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Wainwright and a second from Commissioner Stodgill to adjourn the meeting. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. We're adjourned. Thank you.
Good meeting.